write something for us. Thank you. Welcome to our June regular board meeting. We will call our meeting to order. All 7 board members are present. We'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance to the American Texas flags. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Sharon wanted to slip. We'll begin our public forum. We have one speaker. Dan Lyon is going to speak on core commitments. Mr. Lyon.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Cardona, and Board of Trustees. I couldn't help but notice your core commitments, and they are certainly worthy goals. But we all know the goals only have meaning if the students are steadily progressing towards them. Are we truly able to say that we are close to achieving any of these goals? How about all students performing at or above grade level? The answer is a resounding no. Does the SMCISD have a rigorous academic culture where all students graduate college and career ready? Once again, the answer is no. How about SMCISD is committed to creating a culture of high expectations for performance and professionalism? I don't know. I don't really see it, but maybe it's there. SMCISD is committed to eliminating achievement gaps within student populations. We're not there yet. SMCISD is committed to meaningful reciprocal partnerships and opportunities which serve students, families, and the San Marcos community. I will say that we are making some progress in that area. A former board member spoke with me about 6 months ago, and he told me that only about 25% of the students receive an adequate and meaningful education at the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District. How can this be? We have a very active teachers union, which has not only been instrumental in electing the trustees of its choice, 6 out of 7 by my account. The union has achieved spectacular pay raises for starting teachers. The superintendent is receiving a king's ransom as an annual salary. Obviously, money is not the answer. It might not even be part of the answer. I have a huge amount of respect for students from the third world who might not even have shoes and must share old textbooks, yet they come to this country and become doctors and engineers. What they do have is drive, commitment, and most of all, vision. The Holy Scriptures say that where there is no vision, the people perish. I would ask all the teachers, Superintendent Cardona, all the trustees to refocus themselves on what the vision is for the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District. I would also ask the students to do the same thing. I realize that that is the major trick in how to raise scores and improve grades. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Before we begin the rest of the meeting with the rest of the agenda, we want to honor a special person who is retiring and has completed 25 years with our school district. Georgianne, Logue, would you come up? You gotta face you. I am so happy to congratulate her on her retirement. I met Georgianne when I came to the board, and I have enjoyed working with her the last 6 years. This is a small token of appreciation from the district. I know you've had, what, 7 superintendents that you've worked with? And that's a lot of personalities to deal with. And I'm not saying they're bad, they're not good, they're just personalities.
This was the best one.
This was the best one.
Hey, Mr. Lyons, did you hear that? This is the best one right here. That's right.
Jan, you will be missed. We know we have a replacement in Alicia Gunther, and you will be missed. Here's another that comes from the school district for you.
It's for all
Now,
your
when you go on a trip,
river
you-
cruises.
or
Put my Diet
wherever,
Coke in
you
there.
put your Diet Cokes in here. Right, Miles? Thank you for sharing with us this wonderful lady. She has been a hardworking woman, and we really appreciate all the work she did. You will be so missed. And I'll give you a hug, but it's kind of far away.
Can we get a picture with her, Clem?
Yes, let's all.
Knees up. Knees up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
We know where you live. Back to the agenda, we're having our election of officers. Nominations are now open for president. Ms. Halsey,
I would like to nominate Ms. Cantu to serve as president.
second from
Dr. Salmi?
Mary Salmi.
Wait,
Any other nominations?
who was the nomination for? Oh, okay, sorry.
All in favor, raise your hand. 7-0. Nominations are now open for vice president. Ms. Halsey,
I'd like to nominate trustee Arredondo to serve as vice president.
second.
I second.
Second from Ms. Mejia. Any other nominations for vice president? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Nominations are now open for secretary.
Ms. Cantu,
Mr. Arredondo,
I'd like to nominate Myra Mejia for secretary.
I second.
Mr. Arredondo nominates Myra Mejia for secretary. Ms. Halsey seconds. Any other nominations for secretary? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0 opposed. Congratulations, Mr. Arredondo. Congratulations, Ms. Mejia.
Congratulations, Ms. Cantu.
Thank you. We now have a public hearing to discuss the proposed tax rate for 2022, 2023.
Good evening, Board. Tonight, we wanted to provide public hearing for the proposed tax rate for 22-23. We gave the community proper notice through publishing this hearing in the San Marcos Daily Record. We are proposing a tax rate identical to this year, knowing that in August it will go down when our certified values actually come through. We can't project a rate that is under what we will actually be getting once it's certified in August. So we're going to project the same rate. And that rate is, the proposed maintenance and operation rate is 0.901600, a debt service rate of 0.269182, for a total proposed tax rate for 22-23 of 1.170782.
Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. The total,
1.17.
correct, 1.170782. So if at this time, if there's any public comment, the floor is open.
Anyone that wants to
I
make
have a
comment?
question if there's not.
I think we have to do the public.
Yeah.
Would someone want to make a comment?
Mr. Lyon?
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you once again, Board of Trustees. You know, with the recent COVID outbreak that we've had, and everybody knows gasoline prices are up to $4.50 a gallon, probably going to go higher. Food prices, they say they're up 10%, but everybody knows that's not true. They're a lot higher than that. Valuations are up once again on homes. There have been a lot of rebates on taxes to some of these big corporations that have come into town. And of course, the homeowners are the ones that have to make up the difference. I know y'all can lower the tax rate later, but I would like to see some good faith in y'all that you understand that the people that own houses, people that pay rent, just normal people, are under a tremendous burden. And it's not getting any easier at all. As a matter of fact, like I said, it's getting a lot harder. So I do not believe that money alone, like I said, you know, in my public comment, money alone does not make for good educated students, for good school districts. You've had a lot of money. It's time to start considering the people that are footing the bill. And I would appreciate it if you would think of the hard-working people that are already paying way too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. We can continue with the public hearing to discuss proposed budget.
Can I ask a question on that point before we move into the next one? I had 3 questions, actually. One, has the school board in the last 5 years approved any corporate tax breaks?
Corporate tax breaks?
Right.
Like 313s, none that I know of.
Okay. And 2, can you rehearse the history of the lowering of the taxes by the school board over the last 5 years, please, just to refresh our memories?
Sure. Over the last 5 years, that M&O rate and also the INS rate have come down. Were you provided the actual rates?
I think it was at 1.1.41 is my memory, and now it's at 1.7. Is that what we're talking, right? Okay. And then I also was hoping that you could explain so that everybody in the audience understands the process by which we understand that the property taxes that we approve, the rate that we approve in August will in fact be lower than the one that we are voting on this evening.
Correct. And what you just said is true in the fact that the way our budget cycle is set up, we're a July 1 budget cycle, but tax appraisals and tax values are not certified until August. So therefore, we can only propose a tax rate right now, which will then build our budget. In August, we'll have our certified values. And we know that our values throughout Hays County and all of our CADs have increased, but as that rate increases, TEA will also then set our M&O rate. And we don't have much fluctuation at all in the M&O rate. So as we move forward into August, that M&O rate will most likely go down, but we can't set a tax rate that is, we can't set a proposed tax rate now and then have that tax rate be higher. So this tax rate being identical to this year, current tax rate will be the maximum, if you will.
So can I say that back to make sure that I understand? That by the state law, we have to approve a budget by June 30th, and that's what we're taking action on tonight. And prior to that date, we need to have a public forum, which is what we've convened. And then after that, in August, once we receive the certified valuations of our property tax rolls from the county, we will have a tax rate. Tonight, we're looking at approving what the current rate is, not increasing it and not decreasing it, but maintaining it at the current rate, which will cover the majority of our maintenance and operations spending, not all of it, as we're aware, but it will cover our debt and interest, which by law we must cover the debt and interest that the voters have approved.
Correct.
And so that is what we are discussing this evening. And then in August, once we receive the increased, the tax evaluations, which will likely be increased because of the tremendous amount of growth and the increase of property values, that will cause a state mandated decrease in the debt and sinking, because as much as we have to cover that rate, we also can only cover it. We cannot charge the taxpayers more than what they've approved for that debt, so we must cover it, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, we expect that number will be lower, and so the total amount of property taxes will again be lowered for the third or fourth year in a row.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good points. Are we ready to move on? Now have public hearing to discuss proposed budget for 2022, 2023. Any public comment?
So I was going to talk a little bit about that. So this evening, we will bring forward a proposed budget for the 22-23 school year, which has three funds: an M&O fund, a food service fund, and a debt service fund. The budget that you'll see, it starts on page 46 of your board book, and we'll get to it later in the meeting. You will see that in revenue for M&O side, we project a revenue of $82,022,067 with expenditures of $95,951,872 with a deficit of $13,929,805. For food services, our total revenue projection is $5,242,670 with a total proposed expenditure of $5,481,808 for a projection deficit of $239,138. And on the debt service side, our INS side, our total projection revenue is $23,482,721 with a total expenditure of $18,169,068 for a total surplus of $5,313,653. And that surplus is projected based on allowing the district to provide a cash defeasancy. And so for more explanation on that, I've invited some folks from our financial consulting group to have a small presentation to talk what a cash defeasancy might look like and how it can benefit our district.
Good evening, board. I'm Esther Young from TGL Financial Advisors, your financial advisors. I'm a director in our Dallas office. So we've got a very quick presentation here. We're gonna quickly, I'll just kind of remind us what a cash defeasance is. I think the last time the district did one was 2016 or 17. So maybe some of us are new to it. So a cash defeasance simply means, like we've been discussing, keeping that tax rate steady. If it does remain steady and there are excess collections, you can use those excess collections to pay down your pieces of your currently outstanding debt. That helps you shorten up some of that maturity. It generates some savings and gives you a little bit of breathing room in your debt payments there going forward. So if we will. So this is just a snapshot of your debt as it stands today. So you'll see we're assuming here a tax collections rate of 97%. You'll see your NAV in column B there on the left. 2022 and 2023 well, 2023 is your preliminary value from all 3 counties. We worked with Mr. Doyle to get those. You'll see that that increase has come up. We're assuming no AV growth in the future, just to be conservative. Column D here, you'll see the existing debt. This is the district's debt as it stands today before we add anything or take anything away from it. The $316.7 million you see at the bottom, that total is your total principal and interest outstanding. That's the total debt service. We see that repeated again in column F, and then, so column K, we see that is your existing tax rate as it is, 22, that 0.269. If we were to do nothing, that tax rate would naturally fall. You'll see those 6 pennies, but, oops, if it keeps steady like we're proposing, or Mr. Doyle is proposing, and you do have excess collections, we're estimating that would generate about $5.2 million that you can use to pay off early some of your already outstanding debt. So assuming we can contribute that 5.2, we're assuming this would take place early 2023. So April is 2023 is kind of the time frame of where this fits into the snapshot. So if the district had those funds, we're able to contribute the 5.2 million. You'll see in column I where the red font is, that is our projected cash flow savings. So you'll see about $200,000 a year for the first 4 years, and then increases to $975,000 on average. I don't know if y'all have copies, so I'm trying to kind of tell you so you don't just read the tiny font, for the last 5 years. That's a total cash flow savings of about $6.5 million through your fiscal 2033. So that's the cash flow that you'll see come off your books. So when you do a cash defeasance, those bonds are then considered legally defeased. For accounting purposes, they no longer exist to the district. That money that you contribute will sit at an escrow to pay off those bonds. So we have a little summary here at the bottom. Like I mentioned, we're assuming an April 23 occurrence. Your future value savings, which is the cash flow savings, would net out to about 1.293 million. That's that 6.5 million less the actual 5.2 that you're contributing potentially. On a PV basis, that's about $530,000 in savings, or about almost 10.5% of the outstanding bonds. So that would be your savings, would be 10% of what's already out there, which we know in the current market, things are crazy. We just saw another 75 basis point bump last week. We're anticipating another 50, if not more. And so, this is important. It's a good debt management tool to help you go ahead and take some of that interest savings when and where you can get it. And that's the high view of the cash defeasance. I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we need public forum questions first?
Not from the board first. Public? Anybody? Mr. Lyon?
I just want to apologize for not making it clear that the school board is not giving rebates and abatements, but of course, the city is, the county is, big abatements and rebates. And what the average person sees is just their tax bill, the bottom line. Now, there was a statement that was made that tax rates or taxes are going down every year. That's just simply not true. The tax rates are steadily going down, but the effective tax rate is steadily going up. The effective tax rate is the property valuation in Federal Reserve notes, what we call dollars, times the tax rate. So when the valuations are through the roof, you can have a smaller tax rate and still pay more taxes, which is what's happening to the vast majority of the people in the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District who are paying for this. So I don't really appreciate you trying to confuse people, because you know that. I know you know that. Everybody else knows it, and thank you very much. From now on, I wish you would make things more clear and more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
Ms. Kinsey?
Anyone else?
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Hall?
Yeah, I'd like to make clear that I am a property owner and I do pay taxes in this town. I also have 3 children enrolled in the school district in multiple schools. And so I'm well aware of how the property taxes work. I'm well aware of how they affect every homeowner in this town and district. And in fact, the majority of people who got the tax decrease last year from the school district saw a decrease in their taxes actually paid to the school district. Those are facts. We can identify that and look it up. Also, I just wanted to make sure that I understand in terms of the INS sinking rate, which we are talking about right now, that we have multiple times, I think at least 5, maybe 6, in my term here, made these defeasance payments and decreased the tax burden on the individual taxpayers. And while we have done that, we have also maintained an A+ credit rating, correct?
Yes,
We've been
correct.
able to go out to get the bond money from our voters with an over 75% approval rate to ensure that our campuses are equipped with the materials and the buildings that our students need in order to be learning successfully. And we have done that while we have also been able to lower the tax rate. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I had a question for Esther. Thank you for your presentation. I am new to this. It's my first year on the board. So what are the triggers? You said that assuming there are funds in April, what are the triggers? What contributes to that excess funds?
Yes, ma'am.
How do we know if that's going to be happening? Can
Yes,
you give
ma'am.
a little more clarity to that?
So you'll see, we're seeing this increase in your AV from fiscal 22, from 7.4 to in 23 and 8.9, which 8.9 is not the final number yet. That's the preliminary value. But once that's certified, that increase, assuming your tax rate were to stay the same, that increase will generate that excess funds, which we don't know, like Mr. Doyle mentioned, we don't know until that comes back. Whatever that increase is, so that might change a little bit, but that incremental increase with the same tax rate is what would generate the extra 5.2 million that you can contribute as the cash defeasance in order to pay off your debt early.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
And I didn't want to put Mr. Doyle on the spot, so I looked it up myself, and we are in fact the lowest tax rate of any CISD in Hayes County. For anyone out there who wanted to know that, I have the numbers for 2021, 22.
Anyone else from the board or from the public?
Ms. Cantu.
Yes, Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I just want to thank staff for the work that you have done compiling this upcoming fiscal year's budget. I know during one of our most recent budget workshops, I believe in excess of 80% of all district expenditures are to staff, investing in the people who interact and impact our students each and every day. Not only that, but we're well positioned to now hold our tax rate, pay down debt, voter-approved debt, and again, I just appreciate that as society and as the world asks public schools to do more and more, this district continues to endeavor to do that and accomplish those goals while consistently paying our debt early and lowering our tax rate. So thank you.
I think all the board members feel that way. We're very grateful for the work you do.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Doyle?
No, that's all.
Done? Now moved into the superintendent's report.
Madam President, members of the board, good evening. My superintendent report walked out the door, so Georgianne left. So guess I'll have to catch her later on the download somewhere. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Other than that, I just want to thank everybody in the room. It's been a hard year coming back, a really hard year. You know, we live in the real world. We don't live in social media and what's portrayed on schooldigger.com and other computer-based sites. We live the experience of working with our students. And so I appreciate the work that you all have done throughout this year and will continue to do as we move forward. We're just beginning. And yes, Mr. Lyons, we do agree with many of the things you say. We all share the same goals. We have many of the same goals, and that's to get our kids on or above grade level, and we look forward to having you help us get them there. That's it.
And I know the board will echo this. We appreciate your leadership with the staff and the work you've done.
Thank you.
Appreciate your leadership. our information items, reports and information items. I'd like to have academic update, Nancy.
Good evening, Board. I am Elizabeth Nash. I'm the Coordinator of Data and Assessments. And this evening, I have a very high-level brief overview of our preliminary data from STAR. This is preliminary data. This is nothing official. We do not have accountability scores, but this is what was released. And since this information was made public for your board books, there have been updates. So that will be something that will be coming at future board meetings, but this is what we have for right now. We are going to start off with an overview of accountability. This is the first year we will have accountability ratings since the 2018-2019 school year. So just a brief overview of the 3 areas of accountability. We first have student achievement, and then school progress is the second domain. Of those 2, the higher score accounts for 70%. And then the third domain is closing the gaps. Looking at student achievement more specifically, for elementary and middle school, 100% of that is made up of STAR scores. For the high school, it is STAR, CCMR, and graduation rates. The CCMR data does lag a year behind, and it's currently still being verified for last year's students, so that information has not yet been received either. For domain 2, that is the school progress, this has 2 different components to it, and the higher of the 2 is what gets measured. The first of those is the academic growth, and that is looking at our students who have 2 years of STAR scores in the same subject in the same language, looking to see are they at limited, expected, or accelerated growth. A student can fail 2 years in a row, but can still show expected or accelerated growth because of how much they've improved from one year to the next. We do have students that have achieved that this year. They maybe still didn't pass, but they did improve, and there is growth to celebrate. The other portion of school progress is relative performance, and that is where we take the STAR scores and cross-reference them with the school's eco-dis percentage, and essentially the state looks at if the higher your eco-dis percentage, the lower you have to do to score in the upper categories. So they take into account schools that are 15, 20% eco-dis versus schools that are 70 and 80. So the state is aware of how those factors do contribute to student achievement. The third is closing the gaps, and that is 30% for all levels. For elementary and middle school, that is a combination of STAR achievement, looking at the MEETS level, looking at academic growth, and looking at the TELPUS scores, which are how our emergent bilingual students are rated each year. For the high school, domain 3 also includes the CCMR components as well as the graduation rates. So the scores are projected to come out on August the 15th. It follows an A, B, C rating, where your typical 90 and up is an A, 80 and up is a B, 70 and up is a C. If a school is below a 70, they will not receive a letter grade. They will have the label not rated Senate Bill 1365, but their numeric score will still be published for anyone to see where they were. And that is just through the Senate bill that passed at the 87th legislative session. So, like I said, that'll come out in August of the 15th, and we'll have more information there. Looking at the elementary STAR scores, I provided the state preliminary averages at approaches, meets, and masters, as well as our grade level breakdowns for the district. You can see that our elementary reading and science, we are right at the state averages for approaches, meets, and masters. It is exciting to see this with everything our students have been through, with what our teachers have been through. There are a lot of grounds for celebration, and that's something that your campus leadership will bring to you at future board meetings, but it's very exciting to see. The math does lag behind a little bit more. There's more opportunities for improvements there, but still there are gains from last year's STAR scores looking at how our students did last year. So once again, this is a preliminary overview, but this is elementary data. Looking at the middle school data, their averages are not as close to this, or Middle school's not as closely aligned as what elementary was as being the state averages, but still improvements from last year. I do have to own up to a mistake, a typo that's on here. If you look at the San Marcos 6th grade, the meets and masters is the same for both reading and math. The math is a typo. The correct number for 6th grade math at the meets level is 8%. And at the masters, it is 1%. I do want to point out that our students who take the 6th grade math star are the students who are in the on-level 6th grade math classes. Any of our 6th graders who are in pre-AP math, they actually take the 7th grade STAR test. So you'll see their scores reflected there on 7th grade. And then we also have the majority of 8th graders taking algebra EOC, which is in the next slide coming down. Here are the preliminary numbers for the end of course exams. This does include both the first-time takers and the retesters for the state averages and for San Marcos High School, and algebra includes Goodnight and Miller as well. The highlight being that U.S. history, 8th grade, we're right there with the state averages. Lastly is looking at the academic growth, and this is how the state looks at a student's growth from one year to the next. And they fall into 3 different categories, either limited growth, expected growth, or accelerated growth. And you'll see at elementary for both reading and math, we have high levels of students who are meeting the expected growth, but then also they're at the accelerated level. So the state's setting those cut points based on the scale scores, and we have 48% of our students going above and beyond that for reading and 34% for math. And looking at secondary reading, we have the large majority of our students at expected and accelerated. So like I said, there are definitely rooms for celebration looking at the preliminary data, while we still know we have a lot of work to be done moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, ma'am, that was my last slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I appreciate how comprehensive it is and how easy it is to follow. I did have one question regarding the academic growth table. So there are apparently a limited number of students who would be included in that. Do you have some way, how many of our students actually have data for the years that would get them included in that? Is that 50% of our students that this includes?
I don't have the raw numbers with me right now, but I will say our 3rd graders don't count because you have to have 2 years of data. Yeah. So 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders count for math and reading. Mm-hmm. Science is not included because there's no year they take it back to back. And then looking at the high school level at the EOCs, the only EOCs that are included on the growth measure are Algebra 1 and English 2. There's not a measure for English 1 because going from 8th grade reading to that English 1, the test format changes from the 8th grade reading being strictly multiple choice to the English 1 having that open-ended constructed responses, so they're not able to pull comparisons there. And for our students who take 7th grade algebra and then they're in 8th grade geometry, and the 8th grade level, those geometry students don't have a geometry EOC, but due to ESSER, they have to take a math assessment that year. They take the Math 8 star. Well, in the state size, going from algebra at 7th grade to Math 8 at 8th grade is considered a step back. So those students are also not included on the growth measure.
And the students have to be enrolled in San Marcos ISD for 2 years, or do you pull scores from other districts for this comparison?
It's San Marcos CISD for 2 years is what counts for the district accountability. Okay. And then at the campus levels, it even looks at, has the student been at my campus for 2 years back to back, with the exception being the Algebra 1 EOC, with students freshman year algebra if they're at the high school. If they were at the high school for the fall snapshot date, then those students are included with our growth measure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I have questions.
Ms. Halsey?
I just want to make sure that I understand this. So 6th graders who are not taking pre-AP 6th grade, they're taking regular academic math or math in 6th grade, are taking the 6th grade STAR test.
Yes, ma'am.
7th graders who are taking pre-AP 7th grade math. 6th graders who are taking pre-AP math are taking the 7th grade STAR. And 8th graders who are taking geometry are taking the 8th grade STAR.
Yes, ma'am. I
have questions about why the 7th graders who are taking pre-AP 6th grade math are taking the 7th grade STAR, but I will save them for a future presentation. I do want to know, though, where the students who are taking Algebra 1 as 8th graders show in this, and I'd like to know if there are any other sort of asterisks that go, of the type we've just discussed, that go along with students who are taking like pre-AP English 1 or pre-AP English 2, and how they test at the high school level.
Yes, ma'am. The algebra students for Miller and Goodnight are included on that EOC breakdown. So their scores are included there along with the high school students. I didn't break it out by campus since this was just the high-level overview.
You did or you didn't?
I did not.
Okay, I would like to see that breakout, obviously, both the preliminary and the final data once we have it.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in terms of students taking pre-AP classes or AP classes in any of the other subjects areas, would they not be testing in the level or the subject in which we would assume that they would be?
No, ma'am. The math at the middle schools are the only areas where we have students testing outside of what is their current grade level. The EOCs are based upon what is the actual course that the student is taking for their transcript in their actual schedule, and that's what they then take during their second semester of the course is when they would be eligible to take the EOC for the first time.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. The plan this evening during this operations update was to give everybody a campus safety update. We're still going to do that. I'll introduce Mr. Wozniak here in a second. But I did want to bring everybody up to speed on the 2017 bond project as well as the supplemental bond projects, and then we'll get into the campus safety update. As far as the bond update, the three remaining projects, as we've talked about before, De Zavala, the work that was to be done on the canopy has been completed. We got it completed before summer school started. There's some sidewalk work that needs to be done down by the road, and I've asked Bartlett Cock to get that done starting in July, only because we have summer school going on, and with all the traffic, we don't have a lot of traffic on that road to begin with unless school's in session. So we do have summer school going on at DZ. They'll finish that in July, and we'll bring probably at the August board meeting the approval to close the De Zavala project, or the contract with Bartlett. With Miller Middle School, this was the project where we had incomplete non-conforming work. All that work has been identified. Estimated costs have been identified. We actually had a meeting today with Weber, and we're very close to negotiating this final amount. There's a couple of things that we've asked them to follow up with. But once we do that, we'll have a set amount that we'll withdraw from the contract, and we'll hold it as retainage so we can find a contractor to come in. Specifically, we're talking about the millwork in the library. You've heard me say it before, that library is a showpiece for Miller, if you've ever been over there. But if you really look at it, there's some bad work on the millwork, and we want to redo all that. So there's a good chance, and based on the contractor, is that we might not have that finished until next summer, because we'll need the 2 full months, 2.5 months to get that completely redone. But that doesn't mean that we cannot close the contract with Weber, which we plan to do once we negotiate this final retainage amount. And then the final project is the high school retention pond. That is actually, we've hired a contractor. That individual or that contractor will be starting in July. We estimate that that'll be done in about a month, so we'll have that at the August board meeting to close out as well.
Mr. Sandoval, before you proceed, could I ask one question?
Yes.
Are you going to be using, I get the impression you will not be using Weber to redo the mill work.
No,
Okay,
not at all.
thank you.
They had their chance.
So the supplemental bond project, as you know, the process for the steps we've gone through so far, y'all have approved the list of projects, y'all approved the construction delivery method, which is job order contracting, and then also the prevailing wages. So what we've done is we've categorized the projects. We're working with an architect, which is Perkins and Will, because they were the bond architect, on projects that require plan designs. Once we get those plan designs, and these are not all the projects, these are just some of them, We'll submit the designs and prevailing wages into purchasing co-ops to obtain pricing and proposals through the job order contracting. And then we'll make that selection based on the best value for the district. So the next page is a list of items and where they stand. There's tonight, later on this evening, you'll have 3 contracts in front of you, one for the purchase of the buses, one for the remote control of the HVAC at DZ, and then one for the LED lighting that y'all will approve, hopefully. The proposed budget and the actual budget are in line with what we originally estimated. The other item on there that I'll make a reference to is the band tower. That's actually completed. That band tower was installed last week. It's ready to go. And then the one that I've highlighted on there is the parking lot. And the reason I've done that is because the budget amount on there was $750,000. And when you take that and add it with the band practice lot, which is the third to the last there, that's about $1.1 million that we have budgeted for the high school parking lot and the band parking lot. So there's been a lot of discussion about the traffic flow, about safety. So we thought this might be a good opportunity to, number one, get the band lot extended and resurfaced. We definitely want to do that. But the second thing we want to do is we want to go and refill problem areas with resurfacing of the parking lot. And the third thing we talked about doing is a sort of a redesign of the traffic flow. So this is actually 2 phases. The first phase is these 3 right here. And what we do is on the back side of the school, we have existing swing gates that are not used. They go into the ROTC lot. They're not used. So what we thought is we would take these and repurpose them up here, and we would have manual swing gates. So here's where y'all park, and we'll put manual swing gates there. Right this entrance right here, which is by the new storage shed over here, that'll be the main entrance into the school. Anybody that's coming into the school for business during school hours will enter right there, and there'll be a guard shack there. And Mr. Wozniak and I visited Canyon High School in New Braunfels, and this sort of mirrors what they do. So we'd have a guard shack right there. Everybody would come in through there, and they would be checked in, and traffic flow would come down this road, around that circle where the pack is, and then drop off at that circle, and then in the morning or the afternoon, they would exit out of that main gate. But during school hours, that gate right there, which everybody probably used tonight, and the 3 gates that lead into the student parking lot would be locked down. We'd have a security guard there all day long manning that, or staffing that gate, or staffing that guard shack. The 123 would still be available to use, and we would lock that gate during school hours. So basically, everything will be locked down except for this guard shack right here. Phase 2 is up top where the faculty parks and for the bus loop. Right now, we have parents coming in and interfering with buses. So what we would do is we would narrow that entrance and put a bus gate, an electronic bus gate where they would have an opener, much like you see in airports, where they would let them in and they would shut behind them. And then on this side, we would do a new entry with card readers for faculty. And then because we have a credit union that is housed inside the high school, we would build 3 parking lots, 3 parking spaces for anybody that came to do business that wasn't part of the school. So that's part of the plan. We think it's a good plan in order to control traffic, in order to really lock this campus down, which needs to be locked down. We've talked about it many times. I know that traffic flow has been an issue, but we think we have a pretty good plan, and we just need to try to get it done under $1.1 million.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. I actually came to campus today for a meeting this afternoon in the SAC, and I was super pleased with how difficult it was for me to get there. I was really glad that we were maintaining all of our in-place security systems over the summer, and I'm appreciative of that. And so I love this idea of making it even more secure. I just would like you to run through for me exactly, like, where do I drive up in the morning to drop off my freshmen, and how will that look? And what I love the idea of having a security guard at a gate stand. I've seen that at other schools. I think if we can do that, that would be terrific. But what's that process look like? Am I going to have a card to get through that line? How long am I going to have to wait? What?
So the idea is that anybody coming off Rattler Road to drop off a student would come to the last entrance all the way on the south side, which is by the new storage facility.
Right.
And you would come down this road, around this turnaround, down to this turnaround. You drop off in front, or you can drop your student off right there.
Right.
At the back,
At the
either
end, yeah.
one. And if you left, you would go all the way out this way, or you could go back out to 123, because 123 will be open.
Okay, and do I need a card or some identification to go through the security checkpoint?
Not during normal, or not during drop-off and pickup times. Everybody will be able to enter.
Okay,
Now, if you're coming in when the gates are locked, or when it's not drop-off or pickup time, you'll have to show some ID to the security guard. And then the security guard, along with campus staff, will make sure that these gates, so this is right here is a student lot right there. There's 3 entrances that will all have gates, and they'll be open in the morning. For those that can drive right on in. But on the backside, we recommend that they stay locked down so you don't have people cutting through there. And then that responsibility of that security guard or somebody else within that campus will be to shut all the gates during normal school hours, so that if students want to try to leave, or if a visitor is here, they've got to exit back out through this guard shack.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Sandoval, thank you so much for bringing this to the board this evening. My only request, as you do your due diligence on this proposal, is for my own, benefit, if a meeting takes place or as this gets finalized, that I'm assuming meeting with the campus administration, SMPD, and your staff and Mr. Wozniak will take place, because I know Mrs. Presley and the leadership at San Marcos have, tried to redo the way in which we drop off children and pick up children year after year, and I think they've gotten it down to somewhat of a science. I think there's some physical things that we can do to help them facilitate that, but I just want to make sure that they're a part of that conversation, as well as SMPD, because I know we call on them quite frequently at the beginning of the school year to help us manage that traffic flow. So as long as everyone, gives it the okay, I'll be more optimistic and confident with the proposal. But again, thank you so much for doing this. As you said, we're spending in excess of $1 million, so I'm glad we're killing a couple birds with one stone, so thank you.
We had Mr. DeLeon, assistant principal here on the campus, make the trip to Canyon with us, and he's been involved in this as well. So, but yeah, we'll definitely get everybody.
Perfect, thank you.
One more question. You mentioned the band parking lot. That is proceeding sort of
That
separate from
is,
this?
yes,
Okay.
that's proceeding right, and that is that section right there. It needs to be lengthened and resurfaced.
Okay.
And
are we-
that is happening.
Are we intending to do that before our August band starts, which is actually July?
Honestly, it's probably not going to be done
Okay,
this summer,
Okay.
unfortunately.
thank you.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Wozniak if there's no other questions. There we go.
Good evening, President Cantu, Dr. Cardona, members of the board. My name is Doug Wozniak. I'm the Director of Safety and Health Services. I'm here tonight to give you just a very brief overview of what we've been doing the last couple of years in regards to safety, and also show you some of the projects we've been working on lately. The first topic, and I'm going to kind of break it down by topic, is staff training. So we're already in the process, obviously, of booking our staff training before this school year starts. So currently, we will work with every campus, every member of our staff, all the way down to support services. Each of them will have a 2-hour training that relates to safety, and it will include standard response protocol, citizens' response to active shooter events, stop the bleed training, and threat assessment. The only training really on there that we're mandated to do is stop the bleed. The rest of it is just kind of going above and beyond. As you know, SRP, we are a one county, one protocol. So all of the school districts in Hays County subscribe to SRP. CRACE is just something that we do a little bit above and beyond. And we're excited this year that we're going to be able to hand off a Stop the Bleed kit for every teacher in the district, and then actually do the hands-on training with the tourniquets and everything during this training. We do anywhere from 1 to 2 exposure drills per year, which is a very intense drill that we offer to our teachers. It's optional because it takes place at night and it involves some gunfire in the hallway, some blanks that they are allowed to come and have exposure, which is the very definition. And a lot of that stems from the training that we do with teachers. We work a lot with the CRACE concepts of avoid, deny, and defend. And when we go through the presentations, we talk a lot about past events and how a lot of times when you hear gunfire, you think it's something else. So we have a lot of conversations with teachers about that, and that evolved into the exposure drill. After the exposure drill is over, we bring in Mr. Eddie Diaz to offer self-defense, and it's a lot of how to disarm, how to handle yourself if somebody breaches your door, and then we offer that a couple times throughout the year to campuses also. So the next topic is communication. As you know, we have what's called the Navigate app that allows administrators, teachers, first responders across the entire district to notify each other when there's something going on a campus. It could be something as simple as a fire drill to a real emergency like a lockout. One of the most common things that we have happen in our district is we have holds, which is a lot of times it could be a medical emergency, it could be a spill in the hallway. It's just a simple way to get everybody to stay in their rooms and don't go out in the hallway. Whoever initiates that drill simply hits the app, and then the rest of us that have it all are notified with a distinct alarm on their phone, and it tells everybody what's going on at that campus. What that's allowed us to do over the last couple of years is eliminate the middleman. So for instance, if an SRO gets word of something happening at Bowie, for instance, they will actually hit the lockout button at Bowie before that principal or myself ever gets a call. So instead of the SRO calling me, who calls the principal, who tells somebody to go lock the front door, and that could take 5 minutes, now it's instantaneous. That principal gets a message immediately on their phone, and it doesn't matter who activates it. If it's real, they know, because we train them, right? We don't question. We go lock the front door, and then we'll explain the situation in a few minutes. And so that's been a big plus for us. We do have silent alarm buttons on our campuses. We do have lockout buttons on our campuses. We make use of Blackboard, which is the anonymous tip. And then we have threat detection software. So for instance, Lightspeed, for example, gives administrators the heads up if a student working on a district device has typed in something that would qualify as questionable, whether it be a buzzword, it could be, how to shoot up a school, anything like that, they get immediate alert. With the threat with Social Sentinel, it's similar. If anyone in the area types in something in a social network, it could even be a Texas State student. Andrew and myself, I think that's probably it, right? Just us two, will get an email that actually shows us what the posting was. So I had one about a week and a half ago. It was on a Sunday, and it was the word shoot, but it was in reference to basketball. It says something to the effect of, he can really shoot the three or something like that. That's what it's for. So we get that buzzword, and then we have to investigate. That case we wouldn't investigate, but normally what we would do is we'd first see if it's a San Marcos student, and then we start to narrow it down, because it very well could just be a citizen, or it could be a Texas State student. So visitors, as you know, we have the Raptor screener. So visitors are screened when they come in. We have secure vestibules. So for the most part, with the exception of Mendez and Goodnight, which look a little different logistically, but it's the same concept of you still have to be buzzed to get into the inner office. One entrance, one exit. So a visitor obviously should not be able to come around the back of a school and enter. There should be one door open, so that when we do go to a lockout and we say lock all exterior doors, it really only should just be one door anyhow, because that's the only door that should be open, is that front inner door. So threat assessments, we have teams on every campus, counselor, an administrator, an SRO officer, and then my team that has been trained by the Texas School Safety Center. This is a state mandated thing, and threat assessment by itself is a big discipline. I mean, there's people that, that study this, and that's their main job. So this concept in itself is a big animal. So what we do is when we have a threat, whether it be, I want to shoot up the school, I want to kill you, or if somebody's on our radar because of maybe behavior changes or something drastic in that child's life, we put them on the committee's radar, and that committee then systematically goes through and meets on that child and then develops a plan. And it's a lot like a child that receives special ed services. You have dates with follow-up meetings, and then you bring information back to the table. Maybe Andrew's in charge of meeting with the parent and bringing back information. Mr. Sandoval maybe is going to talk to the teachers. We bring back that information, and then we regroup, and then we continue to work with that child until they graduate in the 12th grade. We have a staff member that oversees that, so I'm currently a team of 2, and my partner, one of his main jobs is to facilitate threat assessments. So it's to keep us on track, make sure our campuses are doing what's supposed to do, but more important, providing that support to the campus, helping run those meetings, helping set up the next meeting in the next month to review the data. And then we have Navigate software to store that information. 3-4 years ago when we started this, I used to do everything by hand and put it in Google Docs. Now we've upgraded quite a bit, and now we store all the information in software that guides us through. Even the questions are in there. And then when we're done, like for instance, we'll meet with every school this summer, and let's say a 5th grader that's going on to a junior high, we will be able to then transfer that information inside the system to that next school so that they don't miss a beat. Whereas in the past, as you can imagine with paper copies, sometimes things get lost and you're not as organized as you want to be. But so now we're much more effective in that regard. So just in the other category, you've probably seen the last couple years quite a bit of perimeter fencing upgrades that we've done across the district, especially here at the high school. That was a big project that we did here, especially around the back. Quite a bit of mapping upgrades this year. You'd be surprised to see how many discussions we have about maps. It seems like anytime you want to find a map, because again, it's nobody's fault, but when you have different architects in different schools, it's always a challenge to try to find blueprints. So we've tried to get that up to speed quite a bit. We've got current tactical maps for first responders. We've got Navigates inside. We've got maps inside of Navigate that actually have views of each room in the district, like camera views of each room, which is really cool. Some of the things that we have going that are in motion that have not necessarily been in motion even this summer, but probably the last maybe 6 months, right? Camera upgrades and additions. We currently have some money that was set aside for camera upgrades, and we not only identify weak areas, and by weak I mean maybe we just need additional coverage that's been identified by a campus administrator, as well as cameras, as you can imagine, that have gotten older, and they just don't work quite as well and they age out. Prop door direct alerts. So we have the ability to notify certain individuals when doors are propped. Mr. Hubenak has been working hard this summer to figure out a way to actually now text administrators when doors. So instead of an email, it's going to convert to like that MMS format to where they're going to get direct contact on their phone when a door has been propped for a given amount of time, and we can set that perimeter, that time. Again, continued mapping upgrades, that's a never-ending thing that we're doing. We're working closely with first responders in the area to really work on our tactical plans. And then we've got a big reunification drill in July that we're really proud of. It's July 25th and 26th. It's a 2-day event. The first day, and to give you just a brief summary, reunification means if you have to leave your campus for a major event, you are going somewhere else, and you saw this play out in Uvalde when the parents had to come, right, and retrieve their kids from a third-party location. So what we do is we're bringing in the I Love You Guys Foundation, which everybody in here that's been trained knows that John Michael Keyes, who started the I Love You Guys Foundation, right, he's kind of known as the man. He is coming here to do our training. And the first day is nothing but classroom work for our administrators and the rest of Hays County. And then the second day is actual simulations of exercises where we have to actually run reunification with actors. Badge access considerations, again, we're looking at all campuses if we need additional doors to have some maybe hardware on it. And it's not so much that we look at needs and wants. Sometimes administrators and teachers want a badge access door, but it may not be from a safety standpoint absolutely necessary. So we're looking at what's absolutely necessary. Again, tactical meetings with first responders. We've worked hard this summer on that. We're exploring additional SRO officers. We're gathering information on the Marshall Guardian program for y'all so you can be better informed. I'll be bringing that back to you. Crime Stoppers is back. We'll have that officially at the high school next year. Mr. Sandoval mentioned the San Marcos High School parking lot reconfiguration. Door hardware. We're looking very closely at all teachers' doors to see where we can make improvements. You'd be surprised at how big of a topic that is. People take that for granted, but our teachers know that there's certain types of door hardware that just aren't convenient during emergencies. We're looking at repeaters for the San Marcos High School, which will help first responders communicate better inside the building. Additional equipment for incident command. That just means if we ever do have a major event, there's some things that we can purchase for the ISD, like additional handheld radios that will make, and most likely it'll be me at Incident Command, that we can hand out some things that'll make our role a little bit easier and get our people a little bit more situated. We're looking at vestibule ballistic film. We're not sold on that. We're in the process of researching it. I've seen some demonstrations. I know other districts are doing it. There's some good products out there, and there's some products that are just for show, and we're not real keen on spending money if it's just for show, right? If it's just peace of mind, I understand that's important sometimes, but we want these products to actually be, working. Vape detectors, again, we've got some leads on that, and we want to make that happen for our secondary schools. And that's the end of my presentation.
Questions, Ms. Halsey?
I just wanted to say thank you. I have known you for many years now, both as a campus administrator and in a variety of different administrative positions in the district leadership. I've trusted you with the education of my own children when you were a principal, and I've seen the diligence and care and professionalism with which you make student safety and well-being paramount. I've witnessed that in many different aspects, and I really appreciate that, and I sleep better at night knowing that you are overseeing our student safety. I know that there will not be a rock left unturned that you will not turn over, and I know how important you know that it is, and I know how serious you take it, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate y'all. I mean, it takes a team, and it takes a really big effort by everybody. I mean, even going back to some of these drills that we do that are borderline aggressive, and it's gutsy for our cabinet to agree to those kind of things and say, okay, let's see how that goes. Just a kudos to all of our administrators. I met with the Office of Emergency Management for San Marcos. There's a new lady that met with me the other day. She wanted to know how we can help, how she can help us. And after I got done explaining, she stated to me that of the 4 states that she's been in, that worked in all the school districts, she's never seen a school district do as much as we do in San Marcos for safety. So that's a kudos to everybody in this room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that it?
And I
All right.
think you did a great job at that town hall meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. ESSER 3 update. Are you doing this?
Yes, ma'am. Again, good evening, board. This is the 6-month review of our ESSER 3 grant as it pertains to the statute that the ESSER 3 plan has to be reviewed every 6 months. So here in June 22, we're doing actually our second review as our first one was done in December. This presentation is located on page 21 in your board book as well. So as a reminder, the intent and purpose of the ESSER 3 grant is to help school districts safely reopen and sustain the safe operation of schools and address the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on students. Also want to remind the board and everybody that as a requirement of the grant law, that a minimum of 20% of that grant must be set aside for these two purposes. Really it's summed up for learning loss, but a little bit more information is that providing services for students, evidence-based interventions for learning loss mitigation, and then also ensuring that the students who fall within those criteria receive services as needed. We budget more than 20% to ensure that we're meeting that minimum set aside. So an update of what our ESSER 3 budget looks like. I apologize for that black is kind of hard to see, but our total entitlement for ESSER 3 was $16.4 million, or a little over $16.4 million. In fiscal year 22, the first year of the grant, remember this is a 3-year grant, we have activity of a little over $7 million. And when I say activity, I mean it's either expended or encumbered, or we know that we will move on that finance or that piece of money within this fiscal year. And that leaves us with a little over $9.4 million remaining in ESSER 3 for the next 2 years. So a revised plan, if you will. You'll see that we did have to revise some of the figures and some of the planning amounts from the original plan, and we knew that going in. It was an incredible amount of ESSER entitlement money, and we knew that we had a solid plan, but as we move through this school year and as we move forward, we were going to have to iterate. Any questions to this update? Okay.
Are the numbers you're showing now the revision or the original?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
These are the revised numbers,
Okay,
and
thank
the category in which it's allocated toward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to call for about a 7-minute break. What time is it? 7? Let's make it 8 minutes, so 7:20 will make it even.
I don't care. Not my fault.
I drank too much water. Do you want to do the closed session so we can figure out waiting
Get my break early.
That's okay, now you get more time. I want to finish my food.
It's for these people. You handle them a lot better than I can.
I'm gonna save the bite and ask a question.
What is Daddy, a band director?
We're going to go into closed session as authorized by Section 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.074 of the Texas Education Code. So we're going to go into executive session for the discussion of superintendent's evaluation contract, discussion regarding chief financial officer, discussion regarding chief of human resources, and discussion regarding executive director of schools. Yes. Superintendent, and while we're in executive session, y'all can eat the food that's out here and the food that's in here. And the superintendent wants to send home everybody that doesn't need to be here.
If you don't have an agenda item,
You don't need to be
go
here.
home.
Not so fast.
She went to go print something.
To do item 13, the board will reconvene from closed session, take action on items discussed in closed session. Possible action regarding superintendent's evaluation and contract.
Ms. Cantu, I move to approve the superintendent's annual evaluation and modify the superintendent's employment contract according to the terms and conditions as discussed in closed session.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Halsey. All in favor, raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Possible action regarding chief financial officer.
Somebody?
Dr. Sami?
Thank you. I move that we, I move that the board approve the recommendation for candidate, Ms. Denise Garcia as candidate for the chief financial officer position.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we move with the chief financial officer position. All in with Denise Garcia Gonzalez.
Gonzalez Garcia.
Oh, Gonzalez Garcia, I'm sorry. I apologize. All in favor, raise your hand. 6, 7, 0 opposed.
Congratulations.
Possible action regarding executive director of schools.
He's under medication, we'll forgive him.
Dr. Salmi?
Ms. Cantu, I move that the board approve the recommended candidate, Mr. Dale Mitchell, for the chief human resources officer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
second.
jumped. I said director of schools, but we're taking chief of human resources.
I second.
Ms. Halsey seconds. All in favor, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, 0. Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell. Possible action regarding executive director of schools.
It's an agreeable board.
Motion?
I already did one.
Executive, who's got the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Ms. Mejia.
Let me just go ahead and read it. I move that the board approve the recommended candidate for the executive director of school leadership position,
Dr. Block.
Block.
A second.
Second from Mr.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I'm tired already. All in favor, raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Congratulations, and I hear she's here. Dr. Block, did you think you were going to get away without saying something?
I was kind of hoping I was, but thank you so much, Madam President and members of the school board and Dr. Cardona. I'm so excited for this opportunity to work in San Marcos CISD and to work with this amazing team and to come on board and work alongside and support all of the amazing principals in San Marcos. And I'm just excited for this opportunity, and I'm ready to get started tonight. And I just really look forward to the opportunity. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seguin's lost is our gain. Welcome to Rattler Nation. Now we're going to back up and go back to our approval of consent agenda items. Approval of minutes for regularly scheduled board meeting. We're going to take them separately.
Principals are gonna leave.
Okay, we'll let everybody that needs to go. The minutes on May 16th, I was not present for that meeting, so that's why I'm separating them out. Can I hear a motion?
I move till we approve those minutes.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Halsey, seconded by Mr. Arredondo, that we approve the May 16 minutes. All in favor, raise your hand. 6, and I abstain because I was not present. The second was for the June 6 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Shanks. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0 opposed. Consider resolution acknowledging review and approval of investment policy strategy.
Yes, Board, this is in reference to policy CDA and the board policy. This is something that Dr. Barton started last year as well. The policy states that the governing board should review its investment policies and investment strategies. And so I bring forth the resolution. This begins in your board book on page 34. Resolutions on 35. An actual CDA local starts on 36.
You need a motion to approve?
Ms. Cantu, I move that the board approve the resolution acknowledging review and approval of investment policy and strategy as presented by staff.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Dr. Ursami. All in favor? 7, 0 opposed. Items for action, consider approval of the 2022-2023 board meeting calendar.
Ms. Cantu, I move that we approve the board calendar as presented.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo that we approve the board calendar, seconded by Ms. Mejia.
President
Any
Cantu?
discussion?
Yes. I just wanted to offer to bring back the July meeting. I know that I had requested that we take it out for the consideration of the staff and the fact that we have met many, many, many times. And it's very difficult to get the agenda prep meeting in with the regular meeting in during the month of July because of the because we reduce hours and because of the way the holidays fall. But I didn't want the perception to be that that was my doing or that it was somehow intended for my benefit, which it really isn't. And so I'm happy to bring it back if that would be the will of the superintendent or any other trustees. I really had thought, and I've thought this for some years, I've looked at the way other districts have done it, that lots of districts don't necessarily meet in July because of the staff requirement, but I'm more than happy to have that meeting, so.
I know that we could probably do without the agenda prep, but because it's so close to the beginning of school, I think that we could probably leave an option open for the third Monday if we needed any action. Ms. Villapando?
I would just like to hear from the superintendent and see what he thinks, how that would work.
Well, I think initially, we were initially yay.
Okay.
However,
Well, that's good to hear.
cabinet members who were like, hold on a second, because we do have some potential issues with contracts and with potential personnel moves that may or may not happen. So, if you want to put something in it for the third, it would probably be really related to finance or personnel action, but really nothing else. But it did create an issue last year, if you remember, with elementary school where we had to put an interim principal in until we got to the August board meeting because we had a principal leave the district so late. So I think they would say that, while they don't necessarily want to, we are back in July, so the third Monday could be reserved if we had to have something.
Should we add it?
Without a
So,
agenda prep?
Ms. Cantu, just to clarify, so my motion was to approve as presented. I know Ms. Halsey mentioned bringing it back, but as of right now, the motion that stands that was second is no July meeting. And
Right.
so
The
we have to vote on that, or I would have to amend, but right now my issue is staffing in July, and I hope I've spoken with Dr. Cardona, and as we express our concerns now, I know that there's a number of campuses that we're staffing up, and I have the utmost confidence in our HR department, but if you could reassure me in the month of July to give an update of what that looks like, that'll prevent me from wanting to meet with you all the month of July. If we can get an update, at least that's where I am personally. That would be an issue that I would want to be addressed for me to comfortably move forward with no July meeting. I don't know where everyone else is as far as staffing updates, financial updates, things of that nature. I don't know if there's anything we need to vote on in July, but if there is, then we're kind of in a jam, but.
If we don't have it scheduled. Dr. Sami, did you have your hand up?
I did. I thought we were in discussion on this because it was a motion on the floor. And I think there is only one situation in which the meeting prep and the regular meeting are
We tried to make it,
Yeah, I think you did, and that was my concern. I just wanted to make
So,
February 27th agenda prep is
there were times that it comes together, and then there's also a time that we have to meet Tuesdays. We have a couple of Tuesdays as well.
Yeah.
So are we going to vote then on the motion on the floor, or do we want to amend it and say that we will accept this schedule with the provision that if we need a call meeting for,
Well, I don't want to like jam up any of my colleagues if you like want to meet in July. But I'm fine either way. I can amend it if the majority wants us to.
well, you can say if it's necessary to have a meeting, we can add it.
At the same time,
Can't we vote on it, and then if it passes, then that means the board doesn't want it, and if it fails, then we can make another, go at it?
Well, we
Yes.
need to decide
And I
whether
would
we
just-
need it or not first.
It seems very,
That's why she asked the superintendent, and the superintendent.
so I guess if the motion passes and we don't have it, then there's no triggering of the meeting. But that's the point, right? Like,
Right.
we can't caveat, if it passes, we don't have the meeting, but we might come back just in case, right? So anyway, I'm fine either way. I'm sorry this took so long and got complicated, but I'm okay approving the calendar as presented. And that was my motion.
Any other discussion?
I don't know.
take a vote.
I am ready for a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is to accept the calendar as is? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed?
Well, I'd be opposed.
Okay, 2,
I'm abstaining.
and 1 abstention. So it passes. And if we need a meeting, it would have to be a call meeting that would be added at the last minute. As long as we
Within
post
72
it.
hours.
Yeah, 72 hours posting. Okay. Consider approval of TASB delegate and alternate TASB delegate. In the past, we have always had Ms. Villapando be the delegate. Is Ms. Villapando interested in being that, or does anyone else want to?
I would be glad to serve in that position.
You would like to stay in that position, Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. If Mrs. Villapando and you, who has typically served as the alternate, are willing to serve, I'd gladly nominate the two of you to continue in y'all's role as TASB delegate and TASB delegate alternate. And I'd like to make that motion.
Make that motion?
Approve
Okay.
Ms. Villapando as our TASB delegate and Ms. Cantu as the alternate.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Second from Dr. Sami. All in favor? Please raise your hands. 7, 0 opposed. Consider approval of awarded contracts for professional development.
Mrs. Cantu, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contracts for professional development as presented by staff.
I hear a second?
I second it.
Second from Mr. Shanks. Any discussion or questions?
Mike, one question is, nothing has changed from the presentation that's in the board book, correct?
Correct.
The things that are listed are the same? Okay, then I'm good.
We're good with that? No further question or discussion? Dr. Sami?
I believe so, yes. There are some that are listed that are new vendors.
Any further questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Consider approval of purchasing, I'm sorry?
Just writing who's the first and second.
one?
Who's the second on that motion?
Who was your second on that motion?
It was Mr. Shakes.
Okay.
Shanks.
Who's that one?
Okay. Are we saying that right, Mr. Shanks?
Shanks.
Or Shakes?
Shanks.
Shanks.
Thanks.
Okay.
Rhymes with thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Consider approval of purchasing cooperative interlocal agreements. We've already that one.
Ms. Cantu?
I move that we approve the purchasing cooperatives as presented in the board.
I will second.
Dr. Sami makes the motion, and Mr. Arredondo seconds. All in favor? Any questions or discussion? Mr. Arredondo, you have a question?
The same listing that's in the board book that we provided is the same that we're
Correct. Yes, sir.
approving, no changes. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Consideration and possible action to adopt the 2022-2023 budget.
Ms. Cantu, I would like to make a motion that the board approve the 2022-2023 budget as presented by staff.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Mr. Arredondo makes the motion to adopt the 2022-2023 budget. It's seconded by Ms. Mejia. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. 6 opposed.
Oh, no, I
You-
was voting.
Did you have your, I didn't see, but,
I
did,
didn't have mine up.
okay.
Oh, you did.
So,
Abstain.
are you
I'm
abstaining?
abstaining, yeah.
Okay, 6, 0 opposed and 1 abstention for the 2022-2023 budget. Consider approval of contract with Excel Energy Group for the installation of LED lighting throughout SMCISD campuses.
Ms. Cantu?
Mr. Arredondo,
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'd like to approve the contract with Excel Energy Group for the installation of LED lighting throughout SMCISD campuses as presented by staff.
do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Arredondo makes the motion to approve the contract with Excel Energy Group for the installation of LED lighting throughout SMCISD campuses, seconded by Ms. Mejia.
Ms. Cantu,
All in favor, raise your
I
hand.
have a question.
Oh, there's a question, okay.
Sorry. Mr. Sandoval, if you could quickly explain, I'm under the assumption that LED lighting provides us some type of efficiency. Is that why we're doing this? Or?
Yes, efficiency, cost savings, and it's not for all campuses. De Zavala, Miller, the STEAM Center, they got LED lighting with this last bond package. But yeah, that's efficiency and cost savings.
Thank you.
That's going to be measurable. We'll be able to measure that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0 opposed. Passes. Consider approval of contract with Enviromatic Systems for the installation of controls on the HVAC system at De Zavala Elementary School.
Ms. Cantu.
Mr. Redondo.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the contract with Enviromatic Systems for the installation of controls on the HVAC system at De Zavala Elementary School.
Do I hear a second?
I'll
Second.
second. Ms. Villapando can have it.
Ms. Villapando seconds. Any questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 6, 7, 0 opposed. Consider approval of contract with Longhorn Bus Sales for the purchase of 6 buses.
I'd like to move that we approve this, the purchase of the buses.
Ms. Villapando moves to approve the purchase of the 6 buses.
I'll second.
Mr. Redondo seconds. Any questions or discussion?
I would like to know if these are high efficient, like, is there any improvements to the current efficiency of the buses that we have?
Other than being newer models, which is probably going to be better gas mileage, there's not. We are meeting with the group on Wednesday to see if they can help us with grants for electric buses.
Wow,
Wonderful.
that'd be great.
We actually, Mr. Shields, who was here earlier, and I went to Houston a couple of weeks ago and actually rode in one, and it's just like a regular bus. It's pretty neat, so.
Does
we'll
it
have more
run
on that.
quieter? Does it run quieter?
It runs quieter. It does, yes.
Most of the electric cars too. Ms. Villapando?
Do they use the same systems that the cars do now?
They do. It's a little bit more involved, and that's the trick in all this, is that we can have electric buses, but we have to put the infrastructure to keep them charged to support them, which is obviously additional cost as well. But and the price of the bus that we looked at was almost $60,000-$70,000 more than the gas buses that we're purchasing with this purchase. But over time, I mean, you can see the
There'll
cost
be a
savings.
savings.
It'll be a savings. Good.
About the age of the fleet, I know that we've discussed this in the past, that our fleet should be on a staggered schedule for replacements, and where does this put us?
That's something that we're developing with Mr. Shields. For the last couple of years, we have not purchased any buses. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 or 3 buses a year that had been being purchased, but we're gonna catch up with this, with these 6 buses. But we're working on a plan to replace some of this fleet over time. We just have to budget it in coming budgets.
Any further questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Discussion and possible action regarding the optional flexible school day program for the 2022-2023 school year at San Marcos High School.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes, Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the optional flex day school day program for the 2022-2023 school year at San Marcos High School as presented by staff.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Dr. Salmi. Any questions? I do have a question. Have the teachers that will be needed for this are they already in the budget? Did y'all plan for it to pass and put the money in the budget for the teachers, or is that going to be additional?
Sure. This optional flexible schedule is for Phoenix, the Phoenix Learning Academy, and those teachers have already been allocated to that particular program.
Okay, so it won't be extra money. That's good.
No, ma'am.
Any other questions? Dr. Salmi?
Are there any other plans in place to modify the Phoenix program? I think I had heard that there might be additional, as we change how students get on campus and leave campus in the parking lot, is this going to be impacted for the Phoenix students, and how does that work for them?
So the students will still be on campus. We're still debating on 2 different areas, but we want them to have their own single point of entry and single point of exiting. And then we've been working with transportation to make sure that our students who need transportation, if they have a half day, that they're able to transport home and to school in the middle of the day and at the end of the day with our general ed students.
Okay, so y'all are still working through the plans on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all have a month or 2 to enroll people in this?
We are currently, so we ask students to apply at the end of the school year. We've already interviewed, and our faculty has chosen a number of students to be there. And of course, when we return back to school, it's still open enrollment because we have a few seats available. So we already have a pretty good chunk of kids who are in the program.
And about how many students do you have already? Ballpark, not exact.
Currently about 58, 52? Okay.
We're reserving spots for students right at the beginning of the school year for another run of interviews. So we'll let it go wide over the summer.
And that number is low. We just graduated this year, 88 students in the Phoenix program. So we'll continue to grow and serve students as they need it.
What's the capacity of the new program?
We try to keep the seats at 100. We allow 15 emergency seats for students. You heard Ms. Vogel speak a few months ago, for our teen parents or students who have extenuating circumstances that may not need to go through the entire application process. So we hold 15 seats for emergency purposes, but we try to keep the numbers right at 100. That's what's manageable for our 4 teachers and our lead teacher.
Any other questions? All in favor? 7, 0 opposed. We're skipping J.
Ms. Cantu, I think because it's agendized, we need to make some motion on it, and may I address that?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I would like to move that we table this item until a date in the future to be determined following the data that we received from the Youth Behavioral Risk Survey and a recommendation from the superintendent. I do continue to be very concerned about our rate of teen parenting. It's not just teen pregnancy, it's teen parenting, and I'm very concerned about that, and it's primarily an effect of the pandemic. I'm concerned about the mental health of our students, but I do understand that district-wide we are working diligently and seriously to put in the interventions needed, and there's a lot of hard work going on, and I respect that, and I would like to therefore table this item and reconsider it at a point in the future when we have that data, and respectfully request that administration bring us the recommendation about whether this requirement is needed, and if it's not needed, the work that's being done to ensure that our students are able to be in their classrooms learning.
Thank you. So we're tabling it.
Well, that's my motion, to table it.
Oh, I need a second then. Dr. Salmi seconds. All in favor of tabling the discussion until we receive all the information we need, please raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. Discussion and possible action regarding increase in stipends for staff who have obtained masters and PhDs.
Is this a board-driven one? It was.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we increase the stipend by $500 for both the teachers who've obtained a master's or teachers who have obtained PhDs.
Right now, it's 1,500 and 3,000, right? And so you want to go to 2,000 and 3,500? Do I hear a second on her motion?
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Halsey to increase the stipends for staff who have obtained masters or PhDs.
Ms. Cantu? So the reason I made the motion and what my thinking behind it, to clarify for my colleagues, is that we've had a lot of conversations about how do we ensure that resources get directly to classrooms and to classroom teachers, and we've done a number of things to do that, and I think we've also taken some universal steps because we recognize that all of our employees work extremely hard and deserve to be remunerated as such, but we've had specific conversations about how can we keep classroom teachers in the classroom and ensure that our highest achieving classroom teachers stay here in our district with us and continue to provide that education to our children in that way that they are so great at doing. And so I think that this is intended to try to keep great teachers in the classroom and
In San Marcos.
In San Marcos here, and say that, you know, the only way for you to increase your paycheck isn't to have to go into an assistant principalship or go, which I value the assistant principalships, but they're different jobs. And I think we've talked about how we can recognize the job that teachers do and the value to that. So that's my motion.
And who was your second?
I was Ms. Cantu.
Mr. Arredondo, second. Did you
Follow-up
write?
comments.
You have conversation or question?
Discussion.
Discussion,
I guess.
okay.
So I appreciate Ms. Halsey agendizing this. I seconded for the purposes of discussion. I'm leaning towards voting in favor of this with the amount that she proposed. My question is to staff, as I saw you quickly scramble into action as the words came out of her mouth. What would this look like? Is this manageable, achievable? All of that to say.
Are you asking for numbers?
Well, no, I'm not asking for numbers because I don't think it's a realistic expectation to have that tonight. Maybe it is.
They'd have it.
I agree.
Okay.
So currently, we have 130 staff members with master's degrees, teachers. And so going up $500 would be about $65,000.
And PhDs are like?
We have one teacher with a PhD, and so that would be an additional $500 for that one staff member.
You said 65,000?
So 70,000 total.
So that would be our first, sorry, I didn't mean to, I know Ms. was next.
No, that was what I was gonna ask.
So that would be our first agenda, a budget amendment to the budget we just passed, is what we're saying right now. Okay. I think I'm sorry, I was a little behind in finding the stipends. I have a question regarding teachers who have multiple master's degrees. So,
Fair question.
What are we saying about that? There are teachers in our district who have multiple master's degrees. They have a specialization in special education and then another specialization, and those may both be master's degrees. So are we double stipending that? Do we do that currently? Where are we on that?
Currently, we only issue one stipend, and it's just for a master's degree.
So then if you have a master's and you get a doctorate, then you get the doctorate level, not
Correct, just one doctorate.
And is there a limit to the stipend that a staff member can get? So there's a lot of categories that add a stipend. Is there some cap to that? Is that managed in some way, or is it if you meet these, if you do all of these things, if, you know,
Right.
Mr. Shanks is a teacher who is the head dance teacher and has a master's and is bilingual.
Correct. You can get all of those stipends if you qualify.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Cantu.
Ready?
I just have one more statement. I am supportive of this. I will be voting in favor of it tonight. If staff can take note, moving forward to next fiscal year, if we can have this conversation about stipends in January, February, March, April, May, that I think would benefit everybody. Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 7, 0 against. Did you go up there to talk?
We're not ready to discuss. We actually have been in discussion. We're looking at something called opportunity culture, which some districts around the country do, what actually does exactly what Trustee Halsey is mentioning. It encourages teachers to stay in the classroom, but provides them financial reasoning to do that. So, for example, a teacher, instead of just being at $60,000, could make perhaps an additional $10,000 to $15,000, maybe even $20,000 to stay in the classroom and still do some part-time administrative oversight of teachers. We're looking at tying our teacher achievement, our teacher appraisal to that particular system. So this is something we're not ready to present or talk in detail on, but it's something we're looking at presenting in the fall.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Consider approval of budget amendments.
The child nutrition director gets a
Last item, consider approval of budget amendments. Any motion?
I move that we approve the budget items, the budget amendments as presented.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Halsey, seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any questions or discussions? Because she's ready to answer them. I guess not.
Okay, good.
All in favor of the budget amendments, please raise your hand. 3, 6. Opposed?
Abstaining.
One abstention. So it's 6-0 and 1 abstention. I'll entertain a motion.
Ms. Cantu, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
third.
Who was the second over here? All in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand. 6 and 1 abstention. Just kidding, just kidding. It's really 7-0.
Okay, you
Thank you,
can stay
Mr.
here.
Shanks.
Interesting end of